How's everybody doing tonight? We're here for spiritual talk. Yes. Hello, everybody. I showed two people. There we are. There's Snow Queen. How are you doing, hon? We've got some history playing out here in the U.S. today. If you watch some of the stuff that's going on in Congress, this is history-making stuff. Well, Bernie Sanders is standing up to Congress. They tried to pass a stimulus bill, standalone stimulus bill today, and a couple Republicans kept bringing up the worry about the debt in the future. Yeah. But they're already worried about we are not having enough children being born. But yet they're not helping people out, and over 300,000 people have died. That's 300,000 people less that are paying taxes, and everybody's grieving, and it's like, it's crazy. How are you, Star Angel? Haven't seen you for a while, hon. Do you ladies have anything in particular you want to talk about tonight? Because I thought we'd talk a little bit about the holidays and how we stress ourselves out. Hey, Donna, how you doing? Haven't seen you for a while. KT Tarot, how are you? You're still Christmas shopping. So, KT Tarot, Snow Queen is also in the UK. She doesn't miss any of my spiritual talks. And I'm still fighting off all this crud. Hey, Tiffany. How you doing, hon? Yeah. So a lot of people on Facebook today have been complaining about their internet providers. And even Comcast has been slow. Really, really slow. Awesome. Oh, and everybody, it's Tiffany's birthday today. She's getting her birthday present. Her puppy's coming home. He's been severely sick. Okay, ladies, is there any specific topic that you would like to talk about tonight? Yes, exactly what you wanted. Another one of your babies, huh? Yeah. For you ladies that are doing the auras, oh, that's kind of funny because I just posted some stuff earlier on Facebook on auras. It was God, my eyesight. Oh, you did read the one on the auras? Kind of teaches you how to start seeing auras. So what specifically did you want to talk about with auras, Tiff? Yeah, you ladies should find out what part of the UK you're in. Yeah, your aura is going to change and fluctuate with your moods, what you're going through, what you're learning at that point in time. Okay, so it's ever expansive, but you're going to have a basic color. My basic color seems to be blue. Okay, but you should have other colors mixed in with that white also. She may be far, but you're in the same country at least. So Tiffany, if you're only seeing white, okay, practice a little more on seeing the auras because there should be some other colors in it too. There should be other colors like on the outside of it. You might have a yellow spot here. Yeah. Excuse me, ladies. I'm so much better than what I used to be, but it's still not gone. Oh yeah. And that's one of the things this article talked about was was how people sense auras when you meet them. Okay, what does it say? Oh, yeah, your aura changes colors all the time. My nose. Have you ever guessed what a friend was thinking before they said the words, or immediately bristled with a bad vibe from somebody, but couldn't quite explain why? You're an aura reader. Everywhere you go, we perceive other people's energy on the auric field. It's a vibrant ray of color composed of energies that flow around human beings. It indicates our moods, emotions, and overall vibe. So every time you meet somebody, your aura gives other people a first impression of you. And a lot of people can't see the aura until they train themselves, okay? So to see your own aura, start with a mirror and a white background. So what I kind of learned was, I don't see them all the time, okay? It's not so much a cough, it's hoarseness and nose stuff now. So if you put somebody against the wall and you kind of look to the side of them just a little bit and you unfocus your eyes, you'll start seeing like a white about an inch around them. Okay. Okay. And then as you relax into it, as you practice, it'll start expanding out and you'll see more colors. Okay. So let's see. So white shows. Oh, hold on, guys. My son just had emergency surgery. Hello. Arnica is good. Yes. Yes, that's good for inflammation. Yes. Now. And like I said, if you don't want to send one of the girls over to Vitamin Cottage for the Leadum 30C, then order it on Amazon. Well, the arnica is not going to cover all of it. Ugh. All they do, all the pain pills do is make me throw up. But yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So if you look at gallstones, yeah. 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 Yeah, and then it makes it harder to pull it out in those little holes. Okay, so this is why I told you yesterday to order this stuff yesterday, because the I know, now you're wishing you had it. Okay, so you can order it on Amazon. That will come faster, but Washington Homeopathics or homeopathyworks.com, okay? You can order it from there, but it's going to take longer. You should always have some arnica and some ledum around. Ledum's for internal, and well, yeah, that'll help some, but you might need a higher dose also. Sorry, guys. I remember that. Those were my fears. Yeah. I know. Yeah, stock up on 91% alcohol too. Yeah. Okay, so homeopathyworks.com will take you to Washington Homeopathics. I would. Well, I'm on a live right now talking to you. He did say Everclear, Tiffany. Okay, bye. I don't care how old your kids are. Okay, he's 40. Hey, Casey, he's 40. Okay, he turned 45 this year. Okay, I don't care how old your kids are. When you're in pain, you call your mama. Oh my goodness. Hey, Casey, we're talking a little bit about auras and we're going to talk about the holidays. Hey, Angel. Silly girl. Yeah, I've been down sick for about 6 weeks. Started out with the bronchitis and yeah. Are you doing anything fun for your vacation, Casey? And yes, we do need to do dinner, hon. I know you said you were going to go see lights with the kids tonight. I have a list of places that have some of the best lights around town. You're purging. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Casey, she's going to need that car. What did I do with the addresses? Oh. You need a personal organizer? You know, I was reading, okay, so I was feeling a little better yesterday, so I started spring cleaning my kitchen. Hi, Austin. Wow, good for you, girl. Good for you. There's a lot of people out there right now that need help. So Angel D, if you message me, I'll give you a list of the ones I pulled off the internet for houses in the area to go look at. Were some of the biggest houses. Okay. So we're kind of talking about a little bit about auras right now. And I was trying to teach them a little bit on how to see auras. What's this now? Oh, thank you and I love you. Didn't want to be all mushy on your live. I'm telling you, no matter how old they are, they still need their mamas. Austin. Okay, so one of the things you can do for your foot, Austin, is lead them. If you could order some lead them, I was just talking to my son about it's about strains and internal injury to the body that will help with the pain. But you could also reach in and start pulling all that pain out and letting it dissolve into the air. Okay, so back to auras a little bit, okay? So a white aura shows a well-balanced personality, one that is calm and open to possibilities. White is the rarest of all colors. Gray auras show skepticism and uncertainty about others. They often see the glass half empty. A brown aura often denotes a selfish persona. A black aura can show a dark energy, which is often pessimistic and unkind. It's also somebody that is cut off from source. Okay. My first husband had a black aura, and he was a narcissist and a half. Red passions run high with those who have a red aura, and they live by their desires and emotions. Orange is creativity for those who, okay, their artistry brings peace to them. Yellow are high energy and exude optimism. Green marks a grounded, hardworking person who is a nature lover. I'd say they're also a little more heart balanced too. Blue, these are emotionally sensitive and self-expressive. Indigo denotes a wise person with an O soul. Violet, spiritual awareness and psychic sentiments are marks of a violet aura. And then you're going to see swirls of the different colors. And I guess apparently where they appear around the body and stuff means things too. So who has the yellow aura? Hi, Gypsy. How are you tonight, hon? Who has the yellow aura? Casey? It's good to see you, Gypsy. How are you doing, hon? Yes. I'm slowly getting better, too. Mine is blue, and a lot of the outer edges are violet. You know, it was funny. The two times that I've seen auras involuntarily, the first time I went to the credit union and the gal was helping me, and I kept seeing purple stripes going across her like this. And I told her, "Are you going through some transformation and change?" And she goes, "Yeah, I am." And she says, "I'm learning to like myself." Okay, this lady had been married for 15 years, had been trying to have a child for 15 years. It's funny. We have to learn some things before we bring them children in. She had to learn to love herself, to like herself before she could get pregnant. As soon as she did that, she got pregnant. And the second time, I took a class on computer repair, and I kept seeing flashes of purple. And I asked the teacher, "Are you going through changes?" He goes, "No, why?" Yeah. Yeah. And I was talking to one of the ladies. I said, "I keep seeing purple around him." I said, "This sounds weird." And they said, purple also talks about passion. Hey, Harris, how are you? Purple also talks about passion. This teacher was very passionate about what he was teaching about computers. Oh, yeah. Oh, it keeps changing it. Yeah. Well, you know what? It's 16. We don't have a filter and we don't quite understand what's going on, you know? And maybe you blurted it out because somebody needed to be aware of it. Did anybody say anything after you blurted it out, hon? Yeah. Yes. Okay, so we touched on auras a little bit. What I kind of wanted to do was talk about the holidays. Okay, how much pressure do you put on yourself to make everything perfect? That everything has to be a certain way. And then you're burned out. You're all stressed out. You can't enjoy the holidays. Okay. So, how much pressure do you put on yourself to make everything perfect for the holidays and you want to please everybody? Exactly. Okay. So, one of the first things you want to do is prioritize. Yeah. Okay. So, you want to prioritize. Now, you remember that book I told you guys about? One, None, and 100,000? It talks about how everybody has a different point of view about, yeah, everybody has a different point of view about who you are based on who they are. Everybody's got their own point of view, okay, about what perfection is, how holidays should be, okay? And that's one of the things we want to let go of. Okay? So, the first thing think about this. Be honest about how you feel about the holidays. But you like shopping though, don't you, Casey? So, be honest about how you feel about the holidays. By the time Christmas comes around, does it make you feel like you're a victim? Like you're totally exhausted. You didn't feel like you didn't please everybody. Okay? So you need to let that go. Yeah, it is too commercialized, okay? So I feel like a victim around the holidays. That's something to clear in the bubble. Remember, you have choice. Choose. Okay? Yeah. Figure out what you require. Figure out what you can contribute to others without sacrificing yourself. What do I require that I can contribute to everybody and not sacrifice me? So, first thing you want to do is let go of your expectations of Christmas, because everybody has a different expectation of how they see Christmas, including you, okay? But your expectation of how Christmas will look like is different from somebody else's expectation. So why are you killing yourself trying to meet other people's expectations when you've already put such high expectations out there from yourself? Things like, do I fit in? Am I going to get everybody the right gift? Do they approve? Do I need to take care of everybody? Okay. Is there any way, Snow Queen, you can prepare some of those dishes ahead of time so that, yeah. So, Casey, can you choose peace this Christmas without sacrificing yourself? Okay. Let go of judgments of everyone. Let go of judgments of yourself. Be you. Okay. Be aware of your choices. Okay. So choose not to be the peacekeeper. Okay. So, Casey, this is one of the things that we're going to talk about, being the peacemaker. Okay. Why do you have to be the peacemaker? Why can't you step back? Okay. Why can't you step back and learn to let these people take care of their own attitudes, their own judgments, their own points of view? Not necessarily. The peacemaker pays the price. Okay, beware of your roles. So what would it take for Casey to step back from being the peacemaker this year? Okay, you have choice. Change things up a little. Maybe instead of being a peacemaker, maybe you can make a joke out of it. Lock yourself in your room. Exactly, Tiffany. Okay. Who does it belong to? Why are you taking on everybody else's stuff, Casey? Okay. You have choice. Change things up. I have a son that, because of the bad situations with me and my first in-laws, because I didn't drink and smoke pot and get drunk and everything like they did, I didn't fit in, and there was always some kind of smart ass comments and a judgment and abuse, and so my eldest son became the jokester. Okay, he used to turn everything into a joke. So here's your homework, people. Focus on what you like about the holidays. Take a deep breath and breathe. So every time somebody starts fighting, Casey, I want you to take a deep breath and breathe. Okay? Take some time for yourself and do something you like. So exactly. But you know what? What would happen if you let these two people take responsibility for their own stuff? Does taking on everybody else's karma teach them anything, hun? Okay? So, let's look at some cultural realities. It's the holidays. You should be happy all the time. It's okay not to feel okay. Okay? And if you're not happy all the time, there's something wrong with you. Throw that in the bubble. You should be thin. You should be fit. You should have lots of money to spend. You should be the people pleaser. You should be the peacemaker. Yeah. So, what would it take for Casey to step back and let these people deal with their own karma? Okay? Nobody can be happy all the time. And again, when you're not happy, who does it belong to? Okay? Who does it belong to? And Casey, I would put a bubble of blue light of protection around you when you walk in, okay? So trust yourself, okay? Trust that these people have karma that they need to work out, and they're not going to learn their karma if you keep taking it on for them, hon. Okay? So trust yourself. Trust to know what you know, to honor yourself, and what doesn't work for you. Give yourself the gift of not judging you. Okay, so if you don't intervene between these people fighting, okay, so before you walk in, ask for Archangel Michael to keep everybody in their own separate little blue bubble. Okay, so blue is God's will. It's also protection. It's also peace. Okay. Hey, legal pill pusher. Good to see you, hon. So it's time to let go of your idea. So, yeah. Okay. So I would call in a team of polar bears. Okay. I would call in a team of 10-foot tall polar bears to walk into that house with you as a security team and see if it doesn't make a difference, hon. And that's one of the things it talks about. Holidays bring up old judgments and hurts. Let go of the peacemaker and being the problem solver. Let go of the perfection. Enjoy what is. Let go of the overspending and the overdoing and prioritize. Okay? And quit being hard on yourself. Give yourself permission. Yeah. 10 polar bears. Perfect. Or tigers. But see, polar bears are pretty intimidating too when they're standing on their back feet and they're 10 feet tall. You just need one lion, huh? I would assign a polar bear, okay, to keep security and peace for every person in the party that fights, okay? Now, how many of you use essential oils? Okay, so pine oil and balsam oil are good for anxiety, anger, meltdowns. Casey, do you have some way to take some aromatherapy over there? Okay. Irritability, digestive issues. And I thought this was interesting. A few years ago, I was reading about how back in England in the 1800s, yeah, exactly, balsam oil, okay? They used to bring in balsam trees from outside. It depends on which essential oils they are, hon. Okay, so balsam, they used to bring in the balsam trees, and they used to put candles on the balsam trees. Okay, so what happens is the candles would put out the essential oils from the balsam trees, and it kills viruses. This is why people didn't get sick around Christmas time, because they were lighting balsam trees with candles on them and releasing all that essential oil into the air. So balsam oils is awesome. Now, lavender is good for also clearing out viruses, and it also relaxes people. Yes. Yes, yes. Call in the Christ consciousness to encompass everybody at the Christmas party. Yeah, if you can get an aromatherapy diffuser, Casey, and take it with you and put some pine oil or balsam oil in it, might help change the situation a little. Oh, yeah. If you throw the sage in the fireplace, they might accuse you of smoking pot. Some people can't tell the difference between pot and sage. Yes, and Palo Santo. You guys are funny. Yeah, I would do some. Sage has a different smell. It really does. They're similar, but there's difference. Um, yeah, throw a little medical marijuana in the fire. Everybody would be too busy laughing and carrying on. Yes. And you could always spray bottle if, like, I have troubles with smoke. Sometimes I just grab the essential oils, put it in some water, and just spray the whole house. Yeah. Just remember to honor yourself. You made brownies. Did you put some pot in the brownies? My daughter keeps telling me that she's going to buy me some gluten-free, dairy-free pot brownies. I said, that's funny. So my youngest son wants me to take magic mushrooms with him. Oh my God. My oldest daughter says, I'll never get drunk with you, Mom. Of course, I don't drink anyway. She says, I'd never get you drunk because you'd probably kill me for everything I did when I was younger. And earlier, my oldest son called me. He had emergency surgery today because his gallbladder went crazy. They said it was 3 times the normal size. He called me. He called me, Mom. I don't care how old they are. Boys always need their mama. He called me, wanted to know what I had told him to get for pain. He had gallstones. It was full of gallstones, but it was so swollen also that had troubles getting it out. So, yeah, he had them pretty bad. My dad had gallstones. I remember he was having gallbladder attacks, and he was in his 80s already. And I told him, try just drinking apple juice for 3 days. And he never said anything again. And then I was telling somebody else that day, and he goes, "Ooh, yeah, that works." He goes, "I did that apple juice diet." And he goes, "And I never had a problem again." He had never said anything. And I didn't think my dad ever listened to me. Okay, so if you get a pure apple juice, okay, it shouldn't be bad. You know what else helps if you have gallstones is dandelion root and milk thistle. When I had a gallbladder attack one time, I took milk thistle and dandelion root. They're both good for the liver. And I ate an apple. You got him a foot brace, and he got you a wrist brace. Oh, yeah, that is cute, huh, Tiffany? So your hands have been hurting since you got the bracelet? Or was hurting before you got the bracelet? So it's not a brace, it's a. You might try some Leadum, hun. It's homeopathy. It helps internal injuries. Or arnica. Oh, honey, Tiffany's quick on the uptake. It's a brace. Yeah, it took me a minute to figure that out. So, do your hands hurt because you have carpal tunnel? Or is it just the weather? Girl, you're too young to have problems. Yeah. That's cool that you play the piano. Well, I'm in my 60s, and I got to a point to where I don't have any pain. Okay. Um, I could lay down and relax, and my body would be at peace. Now all of a sudden I ate something with chili the other day. Now I'm having leg cramps at night. Killer leg cramps. I know, hon. Do you know how to work on your adrenals, Snow Queen? Okay. You just very, very lightly touch your skin on your whole body. Okay, toward the heart. And if it's lower part of the body, you come up to the heart. Just barely touch the skin. Okay? And the upper part of the body, you come down toward the heart. You just very, very lightly touch it. Bring everything toward the heart. And it helps with your adrenals. And some people use a brush to lightly brush along their skin for the adrenals. Girl, I think, Snow Queen, do you know how to muscle test? Do you know how to use a pendulum? Ask if you've got candida. Okay, so your adrenals just lightly lay underneath your skin and just barely, barely touching it activates the adrenals. It encourages them to work. Like I said, if it's lower body, you come up toward the heart. Okay, and if it's upper body, you come down toward the heart. Is that what gives you chills? Yeah, it could. I had a lady that I taught her how to do access bars, and she did an adrenal treatment on me, and she showed me that. She says you just very, very lightly skim along the skin. Right, right. But there's adrenal glands through under your skin also, too, hon. Snow Queen, ask if you've got candida. That would stress out your body. That would cause your adrenal glands to stress out. Yeah, I take melatonin, and it only works half the night. So I've been having troubles with my kidneys, and they've still been out of balance. He tells me the kidneys are strong, but the numbers are still a little high. He wants me put me back on the medicine that triggered it off in the first place, and I said I don't want to because I'm sensitive to so many medications. He says no, it'll be okay. It's like I told him, you know what? I have a suspicion that I have candida. Okay, so kind of interesting. He gave me one of those diflucans to kill off the yeast. It shifted something. I'm right. It was candida. Snow Queen, do you know how to use a pendulum? Do you know how to do muscle testing, hun? Hi, Riddy. How are you? I'm good. How are you, hun? Still recovering. Snow Queen, do you have a necklace? Do you have a ring? Okay. we're talking about muscle testing. We're talking about some illnesses. We talked a little bit about auras. We talked about how we stress ourselves out for the holidays. And whatever you guys want to talk about. Oh. It doesn't matter if it's light or not. The energy will make it move. Okay? I have a very heavy pendulum and I have a lighter pendulum. I don't even have to do nothing. The energy makes it. Hey, you changed your name too, hon. Okay. So this is heavy. Okay. So just ask it to show you what's a yes. Okay. And what's a no? Okay, so there's different ways to do muscle testing. Some people do it like this. Ask your body, show you what's a yes, show your body what's a no. That one doesn't work for me, okay? That one doesn't work for me. But that's one way to do it. Another way to do muscle testing is to put your fingers like this. This works for me. What's a yes? What's a no? Yeah. So if you ladies want to learn how to muscle test, that's a way. There's my yes. There's my no. Okay. If you work on somebody else, if you have them put their arm out, ask their body what is a yes, what's a no. Usually yes is up and strong, and a no, they get weak. I remember showing my youngest son one time. He was listening to some dark heavy metal music, and I told him, I said, fine, put it over your heart and we'll muscle test and see if that's good music for you or not. And he's trying to hold his arm up and he can't do it. No, he says. Are you ready for the holidays, Riddy? Hey, Casey. Do you know how to muscle test, Casey? When I go to the grocery store and I need an herb or something, a lot of times, no. Okay. A lot of times, because I hold something in this hand. If you're right-handed, you want to hold something in your left hand. Okay? If you're left-handed, you're going to hold something in your right hand. And then you're going to ask like this. Okay? Is this tea something that I needed? Yes. Casey, do you know how to muscle test, hon? So, and it's funny because Vitamin Cottage over here, Natural Grocers, whatever you want to call it, they're used to people going in and doing all kinds of stuff. I have, and if I on Amazon and I don't know which one to get or something, I ask which is the most appropriate one for my body. So play around with learning how to do the muscle testing, because you can, and another way to do that too is also to train your body what's your yes and what's your no. Yeah, like kinesiology. But there's different ways of doing that. You could do the kinesiology with the muscle testing. You can use the fingers. You can do this one. You know, it's yeah. I learned. I just found this book too. I learned a class probably 20 years ago, about 25 years ago, where you would use the kinesiology to go in. You would touch different points in the body, okay, and you would muscle test, and you would ask to release that energy. We had gone up to do a group of us had gone up to stay at a place in Buena Vista. They have a natural hot springs up there, and they were having a metaphysical fair. And that's the only psychic fair I have ever done. My friend tricked me into doing it. It was kind of interesting because what happens is you draw to you people that you have already gone through similar things, and you could give them some guidance on this. It's interesting how that works. So we're up there, and I'm demonstrating how to do this healing technique with the kinesiology. And when the person's arm went down, this other guy that was there that could see auras, he goes, "Whoa!" He goes, "When you do that, I can see all this energy dissipating out." You know, you never realize some of the things that you're doing because you can't see everything, you know? Okay. Snow Queen. Permission to ask questions for Snow Queen. Let me do it this way. Because I tried to steady my arm so you guys could see. Okay. Permission to ask questions for Snow Queen. Okay. Oh, what did your reading say, Casey? So, does Snow Queen need a new iPad Pro? I gotta know. So, who are your celebrity psychics, Casey? I was on one on oh gosh, what is that radio? So I was on a national talk show, and the lady was telling me, she says, "You're a natural born healer." She says, "Your grandmother was a healer too. Sometimes it skips generations." Tyler gave you a reading? Yes. Who's Amber? And I know Leon. Have you guys ever listened to Dash in Between? Oh. Okay, there was a lady. Gosh, I can't even think of her name right now. She used to do celebrity readings. What was her name? I can't even think of her name. But she did readings for Elvis and okay, and a lot of celebrities. What was her name? Gosh, that's the first psychic reading I ever had. And they used to call her a fake, and Elvis gave her a pink Cadillac and all kinds of stuff. They used to call her a fake and make fun of her and everything. Everything she told me hit everything on the nose. I know. $40,000 a month. No, what was her name? It's like right there. God, that was a long time ago. What was her name? But she lived down here in Westminster for a while. She even told me some things about my dad. And then I had the first astrological reading I ever had was with William Lamb. He was a talk show person. What was her name? Gosh. And I had to wait a while to get into her. Yeah. The first of the month, I'm going to get the astrology done through your astrologer, Casey. Tyler also has hundreds of thousands of subscribers too. Yeah. Gosh, Casey, doesn't seem like 20 years ago. Doesn't seem like you're that old. Now, what's funny about when they do super chats, do you know that YouTube actually keeps half of it? I know he doesn't, and he has problems sleeping. You talk about having a problem sleeping. This man will be up in the middle of the night doing readings for everybody. If you get a chance, check out Dash in Between. He's got quite a following, and he's pretty good. I just have quit listening to readings because I don't know if the universe is trying to tell me something or what, but every one of them, I quit listening for a month, went back in, and then Libra and Scorpio are both saying the same thing, that somebody's coming back from the past to give me an apology and to try to start anew again. It's like, that creates expectations, and I'm trying not to hold on to expectations because then it limits things. Yes, YouTube. If you donate $100, YouTube is going to keep $50 of it. So that's why it's better to use like your PayPal and Venmo. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I'll check out AmberCon too. Yeah. I know, Snow Queen. Wow. Again, everybody has those gifts and abilities. It's just what we allow ourselves to have. And look, Tiffany's a good example. She's clearing away all her fears, all her doubts, and her gifts are growing dramatically. Okay? Dramatically. On all levels. One of the reasons I check when somebody does a donation, if I have somebody that donates a big amount, they're going to get a bigger reading. You know, they're going to get a much bigger reading. And my channel's not that big that I can't take time to do that. I mean, yeah. That's because you're open and receptive. You're not blocking it, Tiffany. You're not blocking it. You just keep clearing away all the obstacles. I'm hoping by Christmas I'll totally be over this. I did find one more homeopathic remedy. It's been snowing a lot here. It's been cold. It's been real moist. And I tried a homeopathic remedy somebody gave me years ago called Dulcamara. And that seems to have totally cleared out the cough. Now it's this stuff. So, Casey, instead of blocking them, try telling them, okay, I'm not able to help you. Okay. You need to find somebody else. Or you could ask the universe to filter who's coming in and out. You can ask the universe to filter them for you so you don't have to block, because when you put up blocks, you block other things also. So ask the universe to start filtering in. You tell them, go talk to Leon. I've got since my grandson, hi Divine Universe, how are you? I've got a grandson since he was 3, started telling my son that there were spirits in the house and they were talking to him. He kept saying, Dad, why is that man in my room? Okay. And Brandon understood what was going on, but his girlfriend is really superstitious about a lot of stuff. So he's at that age, Mom doesn't know anything. So he called one of my friends and she says, tell him to tell them that he's too little to help them, for them to find somebody else. Okay, they haven't been bugging him as much. My daughter-in-law is so paranoid of all this, and I'm going to tell her the same. I told her the same thing I tell you guys. If you find something that scares you, if you find something that makes you uncomfortable, educate yourself on it. It takes away the fear, it takes away the stigma, it takes away the resistance. So, Casey, maybe you need to do some research, okay, on talking to spirits. Maybe they'll leave you alone. Maybe it's just a learning thing, okay? So I told my daughter-in-law, I said, why don't you order a book? It's on sale at Hay House on how to communicate with spirits. And my youngest son says, yeah, then you can be the medium instead of your son. Have you ever watched the movie It? No. I'm preaching to the choir here, and I don't watch spooky movies. I've seen too many real things. My first husband's family scared the shit out of me. And I'm slowly working through all that. But I don't like spooky movies. My ex took me to see The Exorcist when I was 16. Okay? I didn't sleep for years. I used to hear somebody walking footsteps across the ceiling. They'd hit the light, ding, ding, and they'd walk off. Every night. No. Oh, E.T. was cute. E.T. is and this is one of the things. I know TV is a fantasy, but some of these movies hit pretty close to some of the realities. Yeah. Yeah, Poltergeist was scary too. And I tell you all the time, the dark side feeds off the fear. And and people have the illusion that the opposite of love is hate. But if you look at it, if you look, what's underlying all the hate? Fear. So the opposite of love is fear. He likes Reese's, you like Kit Kats. How's your kitties doing with the Christmas tree, hon? And are you doing anything fun on your vacation? Oh, real skeletons. Oh. I think one of the most horrifying things I ever read, okay, was real. Okay, back in the Dark Ages when they had the plagues, they used to bury people with a hole in the ground with a string attached to a bell. That way, if somebody woke up after they'd been buried, they could ring the bell to let people know that they were alive. That was horrifying. I think I must have been one of them because the idea of that, yeah, dead ringer, yeah. That was scary. That was scary. And how scary do you think it was for the people to hear those bells ringing? Yeah, that's what I think about that. I think of claustrophobia and crying. So it's yeah. And we're in historic times right now. How many people are creating karma that they're going to have to deal with because they don't want to wear masks? Because they don't want to have any kind of humanitarian effort for everything that's going on right now because they don't believe it exists. How, just like in oh no, I don't how many people, how much karma is this administration? And I'm not going to say it's just one person. How much karma is this administration creating by creating the illusion that this virus does not exist? History is not going to look back on this very kindly at all. How many people are dying believing that this virus does not even exist? They're saying, no, you don't need to call my family. The virus doesn't exist. And I'm going to beat it. And their oxygen's already down to 70 and they're going down fast. I listened to this nurse. She says people are dying angry and frustrated because they don't even believe this virus exists. Through misinformation, how much karma are these people creating that they're going to have to deal with in another lifetime or this lifetime? We're in a lifetime to where a lot of karma is instantaneous. Okay? And they're hollering about socialized medicine. What do you think Congress has? What do you think the president has? They have government supplied medical health care. That's socialized medicine. Yes. Oh my God. They whipped out everything? And there's no word. Okay. And there's no word from the highest administrations on anything about that breach. So they took everything and wiped out his information, Tiffany? I know they're saying it's from Russia, but have you ever wondered sometimes how much ETs are at work with stuff like this too? Wow. And he didn't have any kind of backup, hun? And how much, so let me ask you this. How much do you think that extraterrestrials could possibly have to do with some breaches like this? Yeah. Do you know that I was listening to one of the guys that breaks down numbers. I don't know why they have such resistance. If they have Medicare for all, it will actually be $10 billion cheaper per year for everybody to be on Medicare for all. Okay. And I said, why are they so resistant to it? Oh, I think if the ETs are involved, that they could do exactly everything that's going on. But see, we're programmed the socialized medicine. Yeah. Doctors wouldn't be able to make it money. Well, if you look at Sweden and Norway and Germany, they don't have problems with getting appointments. They have socialized medicine, and it's so much better than our medicine. I think we're supposed to be doing spiritual talk here. Yeah. Yeah. So what else is possible for humanity? Yeah, Canada has a waiting list. Canada does have a waiting list. Yes. But if, and it's funny. Yeah. So what's funny is I took in college, I took a class like from the 1860s to the now, and learned a lot about the attitudes of the world. And up until World War II, the United States was pretty much only involved in the Western Hemisphere. Good for you, Casey. And make sure you take some alternative medicine with that, hon. Okay. And the United States has a history of taking years to follow through on what the rest of the world is doing. So eventually we will have some kind of medical for all, but it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. But the thing is, we, the people, we should not fear the government. The government should fear us. It is interesting because I was looking at some astrology stuff. I was talking about RM2 with this earlier. There was a prediction that February and June that there would be riots, that there would be a lot of protesting. And those are periods of time to where Saturn and Jupiter are coming together. Oh my gosh. Well, next year is the beginning of the age of Aquarius. Okay. Yeah. I'm very hopeful for shifts now. Okay. We're moving into humanitarian energy, helping others, expansion, growth. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We are moving. It may take a few months, but we are moving into something better. We really are. I'm so hopeful. I'm so ready. 1010. I've been seeing 1010 a lot. It's 810 here. 1010. And what's the other number I've been seeing? Oh. So I had something interesting the other night. I don't even remember what I was thinking. It was like in a form of meditation, and I was thinking of something in my sleep, and I saw like a red ball with a yellow ring in it appear in my right eye. Now, I would think it was the brain, except it didn't appear in the left eye. It only appeared in the right eye. And then I was thinking something else later, something different. And I had a smaller red ball without the yellow ring in it appear in the left eye. So, Angela, are you a Capricorn by any chance? Both my girls are Capricorns, and they are shoe fanatics. Hey, Austin. And I was reading that now's a good time to do spring cleaning. I went in and I was feeling a little better yesterday. I went in and started spring cleaning the kitchen. Clearing off the counters and some of the cupboards and getting rid of stuff and getting rid of old crock pots that I don't need and donating those. And the only thing I have to do is get in there and scrub the floors, and I am not quite up to that yet. Just have to pull out the old mop and do it. But I'm going through all the rooms. Oh, me too, Tiff. Me too. Yeah. Yeah. We have a little place here. I mean, I live in a town of maybe 1,500 people. Okay. And there's only 4 towns in this whole county, and it's the largest county in Colorado. Okay. They have a little thrift store here. Okay. They have a little thrift store here that sells just about everything that you can think of. Some lady was being a smart aleck one time, and she goes, "Oh, do you have anything Three Stooges?" And the lady running it says, "Yeah, we do. We actually have some VCR tapes of the Three Stooges." This lady goes, "Oh my gosh, you really do have everything." It's a little place. It's packed. They have everything from brand new clothes to whatever you can think of. And they use the money to help the people here in Elbert County. They help with utilities and rent and whatever they can, okay? Hotels if they're homeless. So I try to support them with donations as much as possible. Oh, you made your numerology dice system? You can practice on us anytime you want, Austin. I'm glad you finally got it done. Congratulations. So it's interesting. Angela, have you had a lot of people have surgery in your family? Okay. It's up here. It's up here, hon. It's up here in this little town where I am. You can always call me and we can go. It's packed full of stuff. They have antique jewelry in there that have been donated from estate sales. And yeah. Tiffany, why don't you get a bunch of churches and stuff together to see if they won't sponsor something like this? I was in on the beginning. We were one of the 2 people that put it forward to see if we could get it running. They've tried to do it several times. And a few years ago, we just happened to get a bunch of churches and stuff together and actually made a go of it. Now, the person that originally ran it, they finally busted her for keeping a lot of the money. Yeah, it's like a big garage sale. They have everything you can think of. Angela, come on up. We'll go. But I don't think they're open right now because of COVID. Yeah. You can come up anytime you want, Angela, and bring the girls. So I've had 3 people in the last 2 weeks that have had surgeries. My son-in-law had his second one. My daughter just had a hysterectomy, my oldest daughter. And now my oldest son just had his gallbladder attack and his gallbladder out. So Angela is an advocate for her nurses and stuff. Yeah. Good night, Casey. You have a good night, hun. Thank you for being here. I'm here. Did you and the girls go see lights at all tonight? I would like to go up to that one up in Morrison, where you drive through all the lights up at Bandimere Speedway. I would like to do that. And I would like to drive around and see some of the big house lights. I'm home all the time. All the time. The only place I go is the doctor's and the grocery store. When I came back to the doctor the second time, he gave me another COVID test. Kept telling me, how do you know you don't have it? I said, I know what bronchitis feels like. Yes. Yes. And also the largest outdoor lake skating rink in Evergreen is opening this weekend. At Evergreen Lake. So you did get the promotion. That makes me feel good that I hit it on the nose anyway. Oh my gosh. And that was just last week I told you that, huh? And you already knew it was coming, but I didn't. It says Casey's still here. Angel, Austin, Casey, and Tiffany. Yes. I'm excited for you, Austin. Do they give you more hours as a cashier too, or do the businesses out here, when they move you up to cashier, they still give you part-time? Okay, if you were a cashier like out here at King Soopers, as a cashier, you'd probably be making about $22 an hour. That's awesome. Take your time, learn it good. That's an good experience to have. Is somebody eating vegetable soup? I had a flash of vegetable soup. We've got to get you to a living wage, Austin. Pizza. Hey, Nadi, how are you? Since we have a few other people here, I don't know. Colorado. Well, yeah, it is now, but my niece was making $22 an hour, and that was 10 years ago, and it wasn't that expensive then. Okay, Naughty, do you know how to use the bubble technique? And okay, so let me ask you this first. Okay, what percentage of being furious is yours? What's the first number that pops in your head? Oh, I got an air fryer too. It's just, yeah, I need to utilize it more. Okay, so Naughty, only 3% of that being furious is yours. So I want you to send back the 97% of feeling furious back to whoever it came from with love and consciousness, and see if it doesn't shift the energy. Send it back with love and consciousness, or you could send it back to source for further learning. It just depends on your preferences. But a lot of times, if you send it back with love and consciousness, the person has a tendency to be more aware of exactly what they're creating and they're sending out. Okay? Let me know if that shifts the energy, hon. Okay. Okay. It's not you holding the grudges. It's you being an empath and picking up everybody else's stuff. So 97% of everything that you have been feeling belongs to other people. Send it back with love and consciousness, or send it back to source for further learning. Don't hold on to it. Okay? Or tell it, okay, this 90% that's not mine, go home. Just tell it to go home. Hey, RM2, how you doing, hon? Okay. So Naughty. Okay, so ask yourself, why are you holding on to other people's? Why are you holding on to other people's? Why are you holding on to other people's stuff? Yeah. What is the value of holding on to people's stuff? Okay, give yourself permission. I now give myself permission to send back everybody else's emotions, feelings, whatever, okay, etc. Okay, so if you don't want to send it back to them, send it back to source for further learning. Who's our source? The universe, God, whatever you want to call it. So, Naughty, I give myself, okay, I give myself permission to be me. I give myself permission not to take on everybody else's stuff. Honey, if you are taking on everybody else's stuff, they are not going to learn their lessons in this lifetime, and they're going to have to come back in another lifetime and go through it. So you're not doing them any favors. by taking on other people's stuff. We all have lessons that we come in to learn, okay? And we all have love and compassion for others, but one of the things that we need to do, okay, we by sending it back to source, you're not sending it back to them, but it can be transmuted. Maybe it can be transmuted into a lesson that's a little easier for them. Does that make sense, hon? Can you try that for me, Naughty? And since we have some new people in here, let's talk about holidays. Okay, Tiffany's already heard all this. First thing, for holidays, prioritize. Okay? And just remember, everybody has their own reality. Good. I hope that helped a lot, hon. Okay? So, everybody has a different picture of what perfection is. Everybody has a different picture of what the holidays should look like. Why are you beating yourself up? Yes, be open to possibilities. Listen to Tiffany. She's a wise lady. Okay? Everybody has a different opinion, point of view about what the perfection of Christmas looks like, of the holidays look like, okay? So, first thing, give yourself permission to enjoy the holidays. Okay? That's huge. So, and be honest with yourself about how you feel about the holidays. Right now, a lot of people are feeling like victims to the holidays, and they're not enjoying everything. They're trying to make everything perfect for everybody else, and they're losing themselves in the process. So, what would it take for you to give yourself permission to enjoy the holidays? Do the holidays make you feel like a victim? Remember, you have choices. You have decisions. Choose something. Figure out what you require, okay, to make you happy. What can I contribute to this holiday without sacrificing myself? Let go of your expectations of what you think the holidays should look like, because everybody's got a different point of view. You're trying to make everything perfect for everybody, but everybody's view of perfect is different. You may be beating yourself up, making yourself a victim to the holidays, okay? And it may not be somebody else's point of view of what a good holiday is. So, and let go of the judgments of other people. Okay, what would it take for you to not judge you? Okay. Be aware that everybody has a role to play in families. Sometimes we need to step back and let other people play out their own roles. Don't be the peacemaker, okay? You have choices. So instead of like Casey was talking about earlier, that she's the peacemaker to keep people from killing themselves. What other alternative is here? Okay? You have choice here. Change things up. Okay? So focus on what you like about the holidays. What brings you joy about the holidays? And take some time to just breathe. Take some time for yourself. Do something you like. And then there's our cultural realities. It's the holidays. You should be happy all the time. And if you aren't, there's something wrong with you. Okay? And people think, oh, you should be thin, you should be fit, you should have lots of money to spend, you should be the peacemaker, you should be this, you should be that. Okay? Allow yourself to trust yourself to know what you know. Allow yourself to honor yourself and what does and doesn't work for you. How do we change the world? Okay? One person at a time. But if you're not being truthful with yourself, how can you change anything else in the world or the people around you? You've got to know what you know, honor yourself, okay? And know what does and doesn't work for you. And be able to express that. I think maybe that doesn't feel right, or that doesn't work for me, okay? And give yourself the gift of not judging you. Let go of the idea of perfection and just sit back and enjoy the holidays and your family. Holidays bring up old judgments, okay? Brings up old hurts. Let go of being the peacemaker and being the problem solver. Let go of perfection, enjoy what is. Don't let go of overspending and overdoing, and prioritize. Okay? So this is a suggestion I told somebody earlier. She's working every holiday on being the peacemaker. I said, okay, walk into the house with a team. Yeah, I have looked into the Enneagram a little. I told her, walk into the house with a team of 10-foot tall polar bears and assign a polar bear to each one of the people that fight a lot, okay? And ask the polar bears to help keep the peace. People pick up on that energy. I had a gal that she rented an apartment. She found out there was lots of things wrong with the apartment, and she kept asking the landlord for her deposit and her first month back. He kept saying no. Okay? So I told her to try the polar bears. She walked in with those energetic polar bears. He immediately gave her all her money back. They pick up on that energy. So, yeah, the Enneagram is part of who you are. There's different aspects. Just like there's different aspects with the astrology, there's different aspects of the Enneagram too. And just remember, pine oil, balsam oil, okay, they clear viruses out of the air. They also are good for anxiety, anger, meltdowns, irritability, digestive issues, and helps bring peace. I did an Enneagram thing today, and it was different than it was a couple years ago. And I have a book on it, but my neighbor's had it since I got it, and I need to get it back from her to look more into the research. There's a whole website you can go in and look at it. I had some credits on Amazon, so I ordered the more expensive book, the original book, and she's had it since. I need to ask her for it. So the energetic polar bear. Okay, this would be good for you, Angela. Okay, when you walk in and argue with your bosses that don't want to make changes for your nurses, okay, just visualize these 10-foot tall polar bears walking in on their back feet, standing up, walking into an office with you. Okay? Just take them with you. Anytime you have to do a battle or anything. You can pick another animal, okay? Like Tiffany uses white tigers. But it seems to me that 10-foot tall, 10, 12-foot tall polar bears are pretty intimidating. They could be, they can give out different impressions. Try it. Try visualizing polar bears standing with you. And if you want to mellow out a situation, you can visualize pink to somebody, or you could visualize some little teddy bears walking in with you. Okay? But it creates a vibration that you are carrying with you. There's lots of things we could do. What kind of impression that you want to give, But it seems to me that the tigers, I don't know, the tigers, to me, it seems like they would be more of a, I don't know, a little more, how do I want to say? A little more aggressive energy. Oh, honey, I think this on the 14th, this new moon eclipse that we had, okay? That's the start. That's just the beginning of the shifts in energy for the next 6 months. Have any of you put out, did all of you that are going to do the shields, did you put out your intentions? Tiffany, Austin? Yeah. It just, good for you. Austin, did you put yours out too? I put mine out. Okay, you need to do that today, Austin. You need to do that today. Because we're still within a little bit of that energy, okay? Today would probably be the last day. Just put out an intention that you are going to build a spiritual shield for the next year, and that you would like to receive your gifts around the new moon every year. So, Angela, if you want to do a spiritual shield, if you want to do the shield, also you would put an intention out to the universe today, okay, that you want to build a spiritual, today be the last day. That you want to build a spiritual shield and receive gifts around the new moon every month. Okay. Today would also be the last day to put out your intentions that you want to manifest for the next 6 months, because this new moon was a super moon, an eclipse. It's like a new moon on steroids. Okay. So anything you want to manifest for the next 6 months, you need to put it out today. Yeah. But today is definitely the last day, because we're coming out of that energy field. Is there anything else you guys would like to just put it out to the universe, hon? Put it out to the universe. You could write it down on paper if you want to and burn it. You're going to write it down? Yeah. You could write out your manifestation list and burn it. That, you know, the Bible even talks about how smoke carries your prayers to heaven. The Native Americans smoke the peace pipe, and they say that the smoke carries the prayers to heaven also. So burning things also sends it out to heaven. But write down, I intend to create a physical shield over the next 12 months, and I'm asking the universe to give me gifts around the new moon every month so that I could put on the shield. Now, you need to decide, you can put it on a canvas, you can put it in do a ring. Be creative with it, okay? This is something that you're going to keep for a long time. You could do it on a round ring with leather or whatever you want, okay? Tiffany has this poster board. She has a t-shirt that she's going to put on it that has a lot of significance to her, okay? She's putting sand and seashells and stuff on it. And then she's got to leave room for the gifts that she's going to get every month, though, okay? And just remember, a gift can be anything. It could be spiritual. It could be somebody doing something for you. It could be a physical gift. It could be the gift of you giving something to somebody else. Just be aware. The gifts are not always giving. When you give to somebody else, it is also a gift for you. So be open to possibilities with the gifts, okay? Aha. Good. See, Tiffany's getting creative with everything. Yes. Yes. Now that's your vision board, but you also want to do your shield, okay? The shield is a reverse. Instead of asking for the universe for what you want, you're going to allow the universe to give you gifts. The shield is like the opposite, okay? It's not you asking for something, trying to manifest something. This is the universe giving you gifts. So it's a little bit of a different perspective. So I'm excited for us to be doing this. I'm hoping by the end of this, I'm hoping in the next 2 weeks I'll be totally over this crap. Okay. And then I could start on the readings again. Tired of being tired, tired of being sick. Tired of my doctor telling me, you better not die. I don't send flowers to the funeral. So my phone is not ringing. Ah, that's awesome, Tiffany. Angela, you should bring the kids up this weekend. We could make some cookies, Christmas cookies. I have a bunch of cookie cutters. You'd have to bring the flour though, because I don't have any flour here that's not gluten free. But we could make Christmas cookies. So flour, I have baking powder. You would need to get butter, flour and butter. I have sugar. But if you want to come up and do Christmas cookies this weekend, I think the girls would have fun with that. Yeah. I do. I do have recipes. My grandkids keep saying they want to make cookies, but then they never answer me back. And that's something I do with all the kids every year. Yeah. These are roll out sugar cookies. And you'd have to bring a rolling pin if you have a rolling pin. Because the one I have is gluten free. Can't have that cross contamination. Yeah. And powdered sugar. We need powdered sugar for the frosting. Okay. I have food coloring. Do you have anything else you would like to talk about tonight? You know, it's funny because this is a little Walmart here. The I'm the little town over is about 20,000 people in the whole area, unincorporated and everything. But they have a whole gluten-free section. But if you go to some of the bigger towns, they don't have that big of a gluten-free section. Yeah. And I have cookie cutters that are designated for gluten-free and for not gluten. But the kids have fun making the cookies. You cut them out, we bake them, and then they frost them and decorate them. So Donna, have you tried putting it into the bubble technique, hon? So first thing, Donna, give yourself permission to release that trauma. Give yourself permission. And give yourself permission to release the trauma, and then try putting the trauma, okay? Putting the trauma into the bubble, hon, and see if that'll clear it. But give yourself permission first, because I feel like you're holding on to it for some reason. And let me ask you this. How much of all that stuff that's coming up around the trauma, first number that comes into your head, okay? What percentage of that trauma that you are feeling is yours? First number that comes into your head, hon. And I'm glad you're here tonight, Donna. Seems like we've had more people pop in and out tonight. So give me a number, Donna. No, that's too high. Okay? That's too high. You're overthinking it. What percentage of the trauma that you are experiencing, what percentage of that trauma that you are experiencing is yours? First number. If you're giving me that high of a number, then you're overthinking it. That's still too high. Okay, see, you're second guessing it. Okay, so do this. So all the trauma, okay, that I am experiencing that is not mine, send it back to source for further learning. And see if that doesn't lighten it up enough so that you can deal with it. Because a lot of times we throw things into the bubble, but we can't clear other people's stuff. Okay? But, okay, so you experienced that. Okay, good, Austin. Okay. So, Donna, so 14% of what you're feeling, just for an example, 14% of what you're feeling about that trauma is yours, but then you're picking up the energy from other people that have gone through a similar trauma, and you're holding on to that as yours. Okay? Does that make sense? That's just an example. Because when we go through something, then we pick up other people's stuff, and it magnifies everything that we have gone through. Let me ask. The percentage of this trauma. Permission to ask questions about Donna. Okay, what percentage of this trauma is more than 5, 10, more than 10, 20, less than 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. Okay, so what I get is 16% of everything that you were feeling about that trauma is yours. Okay? So that means 84% of everything you were feeling is not yours. Okay? So put your intent out there that you are going to return to source the 84% of that trauma that is not yours. Send it back to source for further learning, or send it back to whoever it came from so they could learn from it also. Okay? The thing is, we need to learn to differentiate between what's ours and what's other people's. And just remember, hon, anybody that has embarrassed you like that, that's a reflection of who they are. That's not a reflection of who you are. Okay, so just tell yourself that 84% of this trauma that I am experiencing is not mine. I'm gonna send it back to the universe for further learning. And see if that doesn't lighten the energy, hon. Okay? You can say it at the same time as me. So the 84% of this trauma that is not mine, I am sending back to source for further learning. Or just tell it to go home. Go home. Bye-bye. Tell it bye-bye. And see if that doesn't shift the energy some, hon. So what I did one night is I filled my whole body up with this beautiful golden honey energy coming in through the crown chakra, coming down and slowly filling every aspect of my body. So my whole internal body is just shining this beautiful, glowing honey-colored energy. Okay? So I said, fine, I am going to get rid of everybody else's energy that is not mine. Okay, I'm going to expand out this golden color energy from source and push out all the energy that's not mine, and just blew it up. And I had all these little pieces, triangles, squares, circles, broken up pieces all over floating in my energy field. And I just told it, go home. Go home. Go home. Oh. Oh. See if that helps, hon. And give yourself permission to release that. So again, hon, give yourself permission to realize that those words were not who you are. They are a reflection of the person that told you those words. It was the other person's opinion of you based on who they are. It's a reflection of who they are, not a reflection of you. Okay? Give yourself permission to heal from that trauma. And then take the rest of that energy and put it into the bubble and see if you can't clear it. Exactly. Exactly. It's a program. It's a program. The power of the spoken word, and this is one that I want to do a class on so bad. The power of the spoken word is so powerful. Okay? And I'm going to recommend a book to you. It's called One, None, and 100,000. This guy started writing it in the early 1900s. His wife told him, everybody's going to have a different perspective of you based on who they are. Okay? I haven't got past the first chapter. Every time I start reading it, something comes up. But his wife pointed out something to him. Now he's all self-conscious about it. He thought, she says, well, one side of your nose is higher than the other. So he started obsessing on one side of his nose was higher than the other. But then somebody else didn't even see that about him because it wasn't a reflection of who they were. They weren't making judgments about him and stuff. So just remember, anytime any makes a judgment, anybody mistreats you, it's not a reflection of who you are. It's a reflection of a point of view of the other person. Okay? Look back at the situation. Look at the person that told you those words that have had you in a prison all these years. Okay? But was that person not awful and hateful? Wasn't that a reflection of who they were, not you? Okay? So, again, hon, give yourself permission to release that trauma that was a reflection of somebody else's belief systems. And then put it into the bubble. Try it now, hon. See if it works. Put it into the bubble and see if you can clear it. Yes, release the person, release the words, release the statement, release the loop. I now release the loop that has kept me imprisoned for the last 14 years. I now release the person that I allowed to harm me. Okay? Put the exact statement into the bubble too and clear it. It's a reflection of that person. It's not who you are. I'm glad you're here tonight, hon, so we can help you. Now, the thing is, I can plant the seeds. I can teach you some things, but are you going to use them? Ask Tiffany. She uses all the tools and more that I teach. Okay? And she's shifted a lot of her life. She's let go of a lot of things. She had a terrible fear of driving. She just went out and got her driver's license. She has cleared all that fear out with the bubble and other tools too, you know. And hun, if you have any questions about anything, you can always email me. Okay? You can always email me. And we're on here every Friday night for spiritual talk. I've been sick, so I haven't been doing any readings. I don't have much energy. I'm starting to get my voice back a little. I just quit coughing, but I'm still sick. Okay. But we're here every Friday night. Does that make sense, hun? You're welcome, hun. But try clearing some of that stuff in the bubble technique right now and see if it doesn't shift some of the energy. Yeah, feelings, people, thoughts. Put the loop in there. Cheyenne Brown, I didn't do readings last Friday. Okay, Donna. So try putting the rest of it into the bubble and see if that doesn't shift things. Good. And I would visualize those words floating around in a loop around you and put that in the bubble too. Okay. Oh. Hey, that's cool, Austin. You're getting out there more and more. I'm happy for you. The only thing I pulled I didn't do readings. I did pull the dice. Was she here last Friday? I think it was just Tiffany and Austin and one other person. And it was not Cheyenne. Yeah, because I just pulled the tarot dice is all. I didn't do any readings. So we got a freaking troll. So I was listening to Secret Tarot. Yesterday, yeah, I think it was Roses. Well, it was Snow. Roses let me know she's feeling a little better. So Secret Tarot yesterday said on Instagram, on YouTube, and whatever else she uses, she had nothing but trolls all day long. She had to shut down everything because she was being hit by trolls so bad. Yeah. Yeah, because Roses hasn't been feeling good. Okay. You can anything that you allow yourself to do, okay? Anybody can read tarot, okay? It is a gift, but you can allow yourself to open up to the cards. A lot of what the tarot cards are different aspects of life. Okay? The tarot cards tell a story about things we go through in our lives. Now, if you open up to the cards, if you believe, okay, if you believe that you can do it, then you can do it. Because we have all the gifts, talents, and abilities. It's only what we let ourselves have with our belief systems, okay? So get a deck, play with them, hon. Ask questions. Put them under your one reader recommended putting a card a night under your pillow and sleeping with it and seeing what it tells you. Yeah. Pendulums, muscle testing. Okay. And this is one of the things I was going to tell one of the girls earlier. Okay, so when they teach you Reiki healing, okay, when they teach you Reiki healing, they give you symbols telling you that you need to use these symbols in order to access the Reiki energy. Those symbols are only a way to get past the subconscious mind so you allow yourself to tap into that healing energy. The healing energy is there for anybody that believes that they can access it. It's just getting past that subconscious mind that tells you, no, you can't do this. And that's what's holding on. Yeah, you actually heal yourself. I can facilitate. I try to teach you guys to heal yourself. I can facilitate, I can plant the seeds, but it's up to you to accept the healing, okay? It's up to you to accept the healing or to just allow yourself to access it. Ooh, I've never liked the Rider-Waite, Austin. I don't know why. But the Rider-Waite's a good one. Just pick whatever you're drawn to, hon. Yeah, anybody can heal. It's what you allow yourself to do. Like I said, I can give you the tools, you know, like you using the bubble technique. That's a tool. If it's not going to help you if you're not going to use it. Yeah, she did. She worked on her, and she worked on her pup. Okay, she worked on her pup too. But to see, our reality is here to tell us that we can and can't do things. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious to look up Cheyenne Brown. Well, she's definitely got a channel, but she hasn't put anything on it for 4 years. Yeah. Hi, Call Me Unique. How are you? My hair is just getting long. I have to straighten it a little bit. That's what we do. We support each other and talk about things every Friday night, hun. You know, we don't get a lot of people in here, but they were talking about this last week. It's good that we're small because we have more time to interact. Okay? More personal time. Yes, we're like a family here. We all interact and we support each other and help each other. But we've had a lot more people pop in tonight. Like Call Me Unique hasn't been around for a while. And you haven't been around for a while, Donna? Austin tries to pop in as much as he can, you know. Angela hasn't been in a lot lately. Who else? Gypsy popped in. She must be, yeah, she didn't let me know she was sick. RM2 popped in for a few minutes. Nadi hasn't been here for a while. So we've had a lot more people that haven't been around much pop in tonight. This gal KT from the UK, she popped up tonight. She's only been here one other time. Okay, how do we change the world? One person at a time. Okay, you find peace and love within yourself. Okay, and then you open, as you clear your stuff, you open up possibilities for thousands of other people around the world to start to make the changes that you have just made. And Call Me Unique, give yourself permission. Okay, give yourself permission to release all the things that are holding you back. I don't get notifications for anything on YouTube anymore. I don't get notifications for anything on YouTube at all anymore. So, Call Me Unique. So tell me the first number that pops into your head. We seem to run in themes, okay? First number that pops in your head. What percentage of that heaviness is yours? You put that apartment on your shield? Good, 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 good. Put your girlfriend on the shield too. So again, Unique, what percentage of that heaviness, okay, is yours? What percentage of everything you've been working through, yeah, so send it back to source for further learning, or send it back to the person for further learning. And I think the percentage is probably a little lower than that. Okay. So how much of the energy that has caused you to try to put yourself back into a good place What percentage of that is yours? I kind of feel that Austin's going to be a slow mover into getting married. He's going to take it slow and easy. So, what percentage of everything that had you trying to put your life back into a good place is yours? Yeah. Sometimes you got to clear your space. Sometimes you've got to do what's best for you. Okay? Sometimes you've got to give yourself permission. Okay, so 90% is awful, awful high. So I think you're overthinking it. So everything that is not yours, that's keeping your life in a turmoil and keeping you from finding yourself, okay? Send it home. Tell it to go home. Okay? Remember, you have choice, hon. Remember, give yourself permission not to be a victim. Okay? Give yourself permission not to be a victim. Give yourself permission to enjoy the holidays. Okay? Give yourself permission to contribute to you. Give yourself permission to not judge you. Okay? Give yourself permission to just breathe. Give yourself permission to take time for yourself. Okay? Give yourself permission to not be okay. You don't need to be happy all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. Give yourself permission to be imperfect. We're all supposed to be imperfect. Actually, we are perfect. It's just what we came in to learn that's different from everybody else. And this reality perceives anything as different as wrong. So give yourself permission to trust yourself. Give yourself permission to know what you know. I'm glad you're here. Give yourself permission to know what you know. Give yourself permission to honor yourself and what does and doesn't work for yourself. Give yourself permission. Give yourself the gift of not judging yourself. Give yourself permission not to be the peacemaker in your family. Give yourself permission to let go of old judgments and hurts. Give yourself permission to let go of trying to make the holidays perfect. Give yourself permission to not overspend and overdo. I'm glad I could help, hon. Oh, honey. And if there's any residue left over from that, throw it into the bubble, okay? See, that's why I started this channel, okay? To give you guys tools and to encourage you to know what you know, to allow yourself to heal, to use the tools to heal yourself. Tiffany's a perfect example. Tiffany's probably going to kick my ass one of these days because I use her for an example. She's changing her whole life using these tools. She's embraced everything and her whole life is changing and shifting. And she makes me cry all the time because this is why I started the channel. And how do you change the world one person at a time? If I can give you the tools to work, to heal on yourself, to get past this reality and to know who you really are. Oh, I love you too, Donna. Okay. Once we get past the reality, the programs, the programs that we're programmed with about how things should be, then we start finding out who we are. And as you clear all those blockages out, then you are clearing the room out, the room out for other people's to find their own consciousness also. Okay? And my pet peeve is they don't teach the basics of spirituality anymore. You know? And my pet peeve is you've got people out here that are charging $2,000 for a class or $800 for a class. How do you change the world if nobody can afford to take the classes? You know, I do everything on a donation basis. You know? Oh, honey, Tiffany, I am so grateful for you because you are a perfect example of why I started the channel. Pay it forward. Exactly. Exactly. And you guys always have access to emailing me if you need something or if you have a question about anything. And if I don't know the answer to your spiritual questions, I will do research and find out. You know? Not every day. The one I talk to every day is RM2. She calls me every day. Unless she's at her sister's house. But we talk about everything. We don't talk so much about spirituality. I'm her sounding board for a lot of things. Sometimes we all just need a safe person to talk to. Somebody that's not going to judge us and put negative energy on whatever we're going through, you know? And just remember, always ground and put up your spiritual protection. That's a pet peeve of mine because they don't teach that anymore. And they're teaching the law of attraction. But the thing is, and I have one person that comes on here that only focuses on the positive. But the thing is, if you don't use the tools to clear out the negative program behind everything, okay? If you don't clear out the negative program that's holding the things in place, then you can't move into the positive stuff. You've got to clear what's holding you back, the programs and stuff first. That's a good price, Austin. Honey, Donna, I am just as human as you are. I am going through lessons also. Okay? I'm going through major lessons also. So it's not just you guys, you know? And it's funny because I have been studying stuff for 45 years. Okay? And when you guys ask me questions, then it brings up some of the old teachings that I learned. I do want to do a class on the power of the spoken word. We were kind of talking about this earlier, you know, with you, Donna, is words cause so much damage. Okay? Words can cause so much damage. And we need to be aware of that. And also, when you're going like this to somebody, you're actually poking holes in their auric field. So be careful about that. That's why some people get really ticked off when you're arguing with them and you're pointing at them. I think that I have learned that I can make a little bit of a difference. I think that that's huge for me because I was raised not to be seen or heard. Okay. That was a major, major program for me. And for you guys to show up here, even if it's 5 people every Friday night, you know, these are 5 people that are serious about using the tools and trying to make a difference. That's all I want to do. I want to make a difference in the world. You know, I want to make a difference. We are light workers. We came in here to make a difference. How do you make a difference if nobody can afford the spirituality? If we don't have the tools to make the changes? If we don't have somebody to encourage us to know what we know? And the tools to clear away the blockages and the programs that keep us from tapping into our spirituality, to who we really are. This is huge for me. It's huge. What have you learned? What do you think you've learned, Unique? And Tiffany, I talk about this all the time. Tiffany makes me cry all the time because she has made such shifts and changes. Tiffany's going to surpass me here pretty soon, if she hasn't already. So seriously, Donna, Unique, Tiffany, what have you learned this year about yourself that other years haven't brought forth? This year's been a major shift for all of us. You too, Austin. What have you learned about yourself this year? How do we change the world if we are not given the tools we need to do it? Seriously, we're light workers, and light workers seem to have more of a susceptibility light workers seem to have more susceptibility to these programs. Okay? Yeah. See, your hidden gifts came out. That's awesome. We need more people to encourage others to find their light. So, Unique, give yourself permission to be the strong light worker that you are. Give yourself permission not to judge yourself. Give yourself permission to love yourself. That's the thing. We need to give ourselves permission. And I do recommend that book, One, None, and 100,000. This guy became so obsessed when his wife told him that everybody's got a different perspective about it. Nobody's going to have the same point of view who we are. That he started doing research into it. He became obsessed with it. So this is one of the things I told Tiffany. She had a demon cricket in her bedroom. Okay? She had a demon cricket in her bedroom. I told her, look up what it means. She was terrified of it. Okay? She was terrified of it. She went in and did some research of the meaning of what it is, and then she wasn't afraid of it anymore. So anything that you have in your life that you are afraid of, do some research on it. Learn about it. That's like, I had former in-laws that did witchcraft. Okay? I have read about doing spells. I've read a little bit about witchcraft and stuff, not because I'm going to use it, but to educate myself and take the stigma out of it, to take the fear out of it. Okay? Knowledge changes everything. That's like the tarot cards. Like I said, people are terrified. Okay? People are terrified of the spiritual cards because we're told that it's the devil's work. Well, anything that gives you any kind of knowledge, astrology, numerology, okay, tarot, it's all promoted as fear because it's a tool to access information that you need, okay? So to me, when I do the tarot cards, I try to give you the energy around you so you can make choices and decisions. Your greatest gift, okay, is your free will, your choice. Use it. You're welcome, hon. Cool, Austin. Spread the word, honey. Spread the word. We need to get that knowledge out there. We need to empower people rather than letting this world disempower people. Okay? Anything that scares you, do some research on it. It takes the stigma, it takes the negative energy away from it. So how did they react to your talk on Saturday, hon? A little knowledge can go a long way. A little knowledge, like I said, the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is fear, because underlying every hate, there is a bunch of fears in there. And if you start clearing out all the fears, then what are you? You're love. Okay? You're love. I posted something on that earlier. Good for you, Austin. Okay, so where is it earlier? Hold on. I posted, what's his name? Inspiration. Let me look. Saved. Joe Dispenza posted something. Where is it? Where's my saved list? Where are you? Here it is. Inspiration. Where are you? Oh no, I don't see it. Hold on. It wasn't that long ago. If we could look into each other's hearts and see the challenges each of us faces, I think we would treat each other with more love, kindness, compassion, and patience. Where's Joe Dispenza? We cannot force someone to hear a message they are not ready to receive, but we must never underestimate the power of planting a seed. And that's what I try to do. By teaching you guys tools, I am trying to plant some seeds. Where in the world is Joe Dispenza? Empaths don't have usual filters other people's do. They are sensitive to the tone of voice and body movement. Empaths hear what other people don't say in words. Where in the world? Maybe I didn't put it on my regular. Oh, here it is. When you intentionally make the expression of love a part of your daily practice, that is feeling, receiving, and giving love, not only do you boost your immune system, but you begin to understand that the more you feel love, the more you become love. And when you become the embodiment of love, you can change the world. Joe Dispenza. So, tarot and astrology are tools. Okay? They're just tools. But what are you going to do with the tools? I tell people all the time, do not give your power away to a reading. You have free will, you have choice. I might tell you something in a tarot reading. You can make one choice instantly and invalidate everything I just told you. You are that powerful. Okay? I'm trying to give you the energy around you so you can make choices and decisions about what you want. I'm trying to empower you to know what you know and know that you have that gift of choice. That is huge. Huge. That is so important. If my sister was alive today, she'd say, "Oh, you're on your soapbox." But I always try to inspire kids to make choices and decisions also, you know. I used to tell the kids, you guys are the ones that are going to go out and change the world, you know. You guys are the ones that are going to change the world. But you need to make the choices, the decisions, and know that you have the ability to do that. You know, astrology was huge in the Bible until the 18th century. They went in and started taking all the references to astrology out of the Bible. because they didn't want us to know that we had tools, that we had access to God, because the churches wanted to control our access to God. You know, they're the ones that taught us you can't, okay, if you don't do this, if you don't do that, if you do this, you're going to go to hell. That's a program. That's a construct. That's something that holds us back. If you're different, you don't fit in. Yeah. Yeah. That's true, Austin. That's true. We have these tools, gifts, and abilities, but we're told we don't. You know, we're programmed. We are programmed that we can't do this. We can't access that. And like, and you know, my Tiffany was on here earlier. My oldest son had emergency surgery. He called, had to talk to mom. He says, I remember, okay, so back in my days of fear, okay, you had to keep extra food around. You had to keep things around for bartering. I hated to leave my kids, like if my husband and I went camping or fishing and left the kids in Denver, that I'd be afraid if something happened, I wouldn't be able to get to my kids. A lot of fear stuff, okay? So what he's done, okay, he says, I remember from when you and my dad, well, it was never his dad, it was always me. Always be prepared. He was talking about, he has stocked up on things like Everclear for bartering, alcohol for bartering. He says you can also use Everclear for clearing. If you don't have any alcohol or anything, it's good for you know, when people are hurt or something. Tiffany says, I heard him say Everclear. But he says that because we were talking about alternative stuff, because he had surgery and I was telling him some stuff to take for the pain. So he cleared out one of the pharmacies that was clearing out all the homeopathy and stuff, and started stocking up on it. You know, so it's give yourself, yes, that bubble technique is awesome. Okay. And that's from a book called Releasing Emotions Within Minutes by Gary Sinclair. He teaches 7 different techniques, but that one resonated with me big time. Okay, so that's one of the things I shared with you. That bubble technique is huge. It helped me clear a lot of stuff. The only thing it doesn't help me clear is twin flame stuff, and I don't know why. I don't know if I'm just haven't given myself permission to release him or what. I just did. I give myself permission to release my twin flame. I give myself permission to move forward. Tiffany, like I said, Tiffany puts everything into the bubble. Everything. Just a very, very quick little tool that has just clears the vibration. That's one of it's. If you ever have a chance to have somebody do the access bars on your body, that's like a super charged bubble technique. It doesn't just release one thing at a time. It releases multitudes of things, patterns, past life, this lifetime, everything all at once. Okay. But there's people that do access consciousness bars are in every country in the world. You know, if you've got some healing tools or something, a lot of times people are open to trading. But it goes in, and I had a little girl that I worked on, for example, okay? I teach kids this for free. How do you change the world? Start with the young ones that are more open to it, you know? So I taught the little girl to do the bars on her mother, and her mother was kind of explaining the things she was experiencing stuff. So I said, okay, I'm going to run your bars now. Well, when I'm running her bars are points on the head, okay? They're like acupuncture points on the head, but different points correspond to different things. Well, anyway, I kept running into a spot. She's got a block. Don't ask me how I know this stuff. You just know. So I go do the next one. I go back. It's still blocked. Keep going back and forth, back and forth. I had 5 people sitting on my couch that do not feel any energy at all. When this little girl let go of whatever that block was, it was like an explosion of energy. The energy went floating through everybody. They all felt it. Like I said, these are people that didn't feel energy, and my neighbor next door felt it. So this child, this 11-year-old child, had a major block. And the only thing I could think is it was something from past life or some kind of program. I haven't tried that, hon. I actually would like to try that. But the thing is, you have to go through a whole process. Yeah. Yeah. That's you have to go through a major letting go process, letting go of fears, limitations, judgments. You have to clear out a lot of stuff in order to use that. And it's interesting because I was reading an article earlier about the Inuit Indians. Okay. They don't get angry. They don't get angry. It's just, it is what it is. Okay. And they were talking about how they teach their children that how to deal with anger. Okay. They teach them to find ways. They're experiencing something that they don't know what it is. They don't know how to deal with it. They don't know how to put it into words. They teach them in a way to allow them to express that anger without actually it being anger. Anger is a lack of expressing what you're feeling. Okay. So letting go of all that stuff is a process before you use that. I know there's a group of people down here in Castle Rock, Colorado, that have a group where they go in and they use that. But you have to go through a whole psychological evaluation before they will let you do it. And there's another group that does peyote. So there's a whole process to things. She wants to do it too? Yeah. Yeah. I know. There's all kinds of stuff. I think that's the stuff that my Okay, what's the name of that stuff that gives you a That's true too, MS Silver. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, the 4 agreements is huge. And that's one of the things I try to teach people is do not, what somebody else says or thinks of you is a reflection of who they are rather than who you are. Okay? That's huge right there. That when you realize that, a lot of times you can just walk away from a situation and not buy into their crap, you know? So what's the one that gives you a near death experience? What's that drug? My grandson did that. My grandson did that. He told me, "Grandma, do it with me." And I thought, no. So he went in, he went through the tunnels and everything, and he came to this bean, this great big huge blue gray colored bean, and he walked around it and there was no face. Okay. And to me, that's telling me that he wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't ready for what he was doing yet. So just be careful what you do. Educate yourself on everything. Yeah, probably DMT. Yeah. Said his boss gave it to him. His boss. Yeah. Yeah. And how many gifts, talents, and abilities did you bring back from your near death experience, Unique? I have no idea, girl. I have no idea, Silver. I have no idea at all. I, 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 if I was, if I was meant to experience that, then I would probably do it without drugs. You know, if the universe wanted me to experience that. And it only lasts a few seconds. That's a thing. I don't like to mess with drugs. I have reactions enough to regular antibiotics and stuff, let alone trying to do magic mushrooms or whatever. But everything that my grandson told me about that, and it only lasts a few seconds, told me that he wasn't ready to be there. He wasn't ready to experience that yet. It was not his time. And so my friend Janet has a theory. Okay, now science can prove that there's at least 64 dimensions. That's all they can prove. They can't access it, but they know, okay? And my friend Janet's theory is, and she's a major healer, okay? Her theory is that every possible scenario, every choice, every decision that you make is all played out simultaneously at the same time. Okay? Wow. So knees, a lot of people have told me that knees have a lot to do with karma. Yeah, because but the theory is also, So an NDE is a near-death experience. Okay. And so the closest thing that I have experienced is when I was introduced into the Akashic records. Okay. And you know how sometimes you meditate and you think, am I really doing this? Is this really happening? You know, you start questioning yourself, right? But when I got into the Akashic records, it was warm. It felt like velvet. It felt all warm and fuzzy, just full of love. And I said, wow, I really am somewhere else. And this voice said, indeed you are. I said, wow. Very grateful for that experience. Oh. But see, there's only a thin veil between the physical and the spiritual. That's like with the death card. The death card is a transmutation. There's no death. It's only moving from one existence or one state into another state. It's a transformation. It's a change. It's the ending of one thing and the beginning of something new. You're leaving the physical body, but you're moving into the spiritual plane. Well, welcome. I hope you subscribe, hun, so you can come back. We do this every Friday night. And have an awesome night. And like I said, I hope you come back and contribute to our conversations again. See, that's one of your gifts and talents and abilities. The animals always have messages for us. Always. Yes. That's awesome, Unique. And like I said, Silver, I hope you come back and join us again, okay? We're like a big happy family here, and we talk about everything. Not just spirituality, we talk about all kinds of stuff. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yes. Yes. We try to talk about spirituality, give each other tools, gifts, and abilities to make changes, to clear away blockages, points of view, programs, so we can be who know what we know. Yes. So yeah. And we we enjoy having conversations with people. I wouldn't so much call it advice. I would say sharing experiences and offering when we're planting seeds. Okay? And sharing experiences. Well, that's exactly it. I haven't I'm one of those people that feels like they don't belong on earth. Okay? And it seems to run through my family. Okay? And so I was on national talk radio one time and they were telling me that my grandmother had these abilities too, and it skipped my mother. But it's seemed to run through the family. But like I said, I'm one of those people that feels like I don't belong here. I remember as a child even going through my mom's cedar chest and looking for my birth certificate because I thought I was adopted. but it's and if you look at numerology, I'm a number 11, which is a teacher. Now it's funny because one of my gals come on, she won't be back till after the first of the year. Elle, she was talking to one of the guys that comes in and talks to me. He's a higher vibration. He's a number 33. Okay, this is a master teacher. He's coming to me for advice. And it's like, that's a good one. That's a good one, Austin. Okay. So yeah, it's he's coming to me for advice. I said, I'm over here educating a number 33. This man is so resistant to the idea that there is a universe, that there's an intelligence out there, that there is a God out there. Okay. We had him try to go in and cut some cords. Yeah. He said they were steel cables and he couldn't do it. And I said, so ask your healing team and Archangel Michael to come in and help you dissolve and clear these cords. He says, Saint Michael is standing on the side with his arms crossed, watching me. I said, oh, because he knows. Okay, Archangel Michael knew that this man is resistant. Okay, the thing is, when this man lets go, when this man surrenders to the divine, he's going to be so powerful. But the thing is, sometimes we have to surrender. He will not ask. And I taught him a healing tool. He went in and brought his sister and brother-in-law out of comas. He freaked out. Okay, he freaked out. Of course. It does run it. These are people that are more open to their gifts, talents, and abilities. And this number 33, he's resistant to his gifts, talents, and abilities. This man still can't believe that. Yes. Exactly, hon. Anything that is different is condemned and judged. Okay? Anything that is like these kids that are coming in with ADHD and stuff, these are indigo kids. They're coming in with a different energy in order to adapt what's coming in the future. Just because they are different, just because they learn different, they experience things different, they are judged as wrong. Okay? But these are a whole different vibration. The Native Americans have prophecies about the blue children that were coming in to change the world. And when the Native Americans do prophecy, they say, if this happens, then this will happen. If this happens, then this will happen. Because nothing is set in stone. My niece, okay, so one of my nieces, okay, we have a major problem with vaccinations in this family. This is a personal choice, okay, but my family has major problems with vaccinations. So with my great niece, her son had vaccinations, and within 6 hours he was having major seizures. His brain swelled up, everything. This child has autism. Okay, this child, out of her 6 kids, spreads more love and joy. Okay. honey, those autistic people are indigos too. Okay. Um, but we can, and pine, okay, pine is good for autistic people. Okay, it helps open them up and to learning different things. Okay, but it's I forgot where I was now. But he brings in that unconditional love, and he's just a joy for everybody that's around him. Yes. And I'd say back in 1988, I started seeing major shifts. Pine, Pine, pine essential oil. It's good for, we were talking about this earlier with the holidays. It's good for anxiety, anger, meltdowns, irritability, digestive issues, autistic symptoms. And it also clears viruses out of the air. Pine and balsam. Okay. Yeah. Pine essential oil. Look for pine and look for balsam. Balsam's a little harder to find. You have a pine tree in your studio? Hi, Thomas. So put a little heat on that pine tree so it releases some of those essential oils. I'm doing good. How are you, Thomas? I had to do some searching around to find balsam oil because they talk about, one of the essential oil classes I went to was talking about how they used to have balsam trees in England. And they would light candles on the trees at Christmas time, and this would release the essential oils into the air and would clear viruses. I thought that was awesome. RM2, how are you? Yeah, pine smells good. Balsam smells good too. Yeah. How big is your pine tree? Is it just a Christmas tree? Ah, your store has raw sage. Smoked pine tea? Where do you find smoked pine tea at? I'm gonna have to check into that. Smoked pine tea. Now, one of the girls on here one night, when my cough was really, really bad, she told me to drink some mullein tea. And I said, "Oh, I hadn't thought about mullein for a long time." And that's an herb for a Libra anyway. Okay, and it started breaking up my cough. Started clearing up my cough. I still have the sinus stuff going on and losing my voice. Ask RM2. I don't talk to anybody all day, and then I talk to her, and then I'm all hoarse and yeah, clearing my voice and everything. So yeah, she says. This girl is ready for Christmas. So, Thomas, do you have any spiritual questions tonight? RM2, do you have any? Mm. You know, look at, I picked up a little, okay. So when I was 16, I started with the kidney and bladder infections. When I was 26, I was still having them. I was so sick, couldn't walk across the room. I met a gal that was into vitamins and nutrition. Learned a lot from her. Walked into the health food store one day, picked up a little book called The Way of Herbs by Michael Tieran. I still have that book. I'm gonna have to check it out. Okay. Learned a lot about herbs, cleared up 90% of the kidney and bladder infections and other infections with herbs. Okay. That started me off on my healing path. And there's no accident that most healers start out because they're sick. Okay. But the thing is, most healers work on other people and forget to work on themselves, you know? So my thing was, I used everything on me instead of using it on other people. But see, now I'm teaching you guys how to use a lot of these tools and stuff. So I didn't learn it for no reason other than helping myself. But sometimes that's what we have to do. We have to start with ourselves in order to make a difference in the world other ways. Okay, our next Zoom is, let me look. Let's see. We did that on the 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4. Around the 9th of January. Around the 9th of January. So, Austin, do you know how to muscle test or use a pendulum? Ask if any of that problem is related to candida. After 13 years of being on antibiotics, I had systemic candida through my whole system. I was so sick I couldn't walk 5 feet. I slept on my breaks and lunches, and from the minute I got home every night, I had no life except for work. I was so sick. And then I had a palm reader look at my hand, and she goes, "You've got candida." And I said, "What's candida?" She goes, "Have you been on a lot of antibiotics?" And I said, "Yeah." She says, "It's an overgrowth of yeast in your system." Okay, thank you for being here, Unique. I hope you come back. We're always here on Friday nights, hon, unless I'm too sick. So back then, doctors said Candida doesn't exist. They said probiotics were a scam. Oh, is it your birthday too, hon? Oh, it's Tiffany's birthday too. So it wasn't until probably 1990 that I had an alternative doctor that tested for Candida, and it was still pretty high. So he put me on some stuff that. Well, happy birthday, hon. Tiffany's birthday was today, so yeah. So you guys enjoy your birthdays. So I was arguing with the doctor one time. Good night, Unique. It's good to have you here, hon. So the doctor was telling me this, that, and that, and I said, don't tell me that. I said, that's just the theory of the day. He goes, what do you mean? I said, 40 years ago, you guys said that probiotics were a scam and Candida didn't exist. And now you're telling everybody every time they take antibiotics to take probiotics and stuff. You know? And he just looked at me. I said, everything changes in Western medicine all the time. Everything changes. If you look at Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, humoral medicine, they're all thousands of years old. And they've been changed and refined and investigated over 5,000 years, you know? And Western medicine changes every day. And I've had a couple people tell me that they have had success with using colloidal silver with COVID. But then if I looked, when they first started, a lot of people in India were having success treating some people with homeopathy. So it's almost like Mother Nature's trying to get the point across to get back to something more natural, you know. And I was also reading an article on how satellites are showing how these lockdowns has improved the earth. They were saying that if they look at satellites, if they look at the reflection of the heat off of some houses in California, it's 15 degrees, reflecting 15 degrees cooler out because because the earth is like healing itself. This is a huge wake-up call for us. You don't think Mother Nature's not putting messages out there? How we have to be more aware? Okay. And I remember being in a healing circle one time, and they said, well, name something that you're thankful for. And I said, thank you for Mother Earth for letting us be here. And somebody snickered. They thought that was funny. And he said, well, why did you say that? And I said, because Mother Earth could shake us off like we're nothing anytime that she wants to. But she's a soul just like we are, you know? Ooh, so probably using some Chinese medicine too. Yeah. And honey, there's no such thing as an accident. No such thing as an accident. You called in that healer. You were open and receptive to that healer. If you went to a traditional veterinarian, your pup may not have made it. you know? And people still, I remember when they first started acupuncture here, people were just absolutely horrified about devil medicine. Chiropractic was considered a scam, you know? Chiropractic was not considered as regular medicine. It was just, yeah, you know? And that wasn't all that long ago. Was not all that long ago. Yes, took a while for chiropractic to get accepted. It's taken, well, see, things like the program they started, what the heck's it called? I can't think of what it's called right now. Going in and look at alternative medicines, uh, NIH, National Institute of Health, has started programs to test alternative medicines to see if they work. So rub the CBD on your ankle. It should be good for it. But just don't push it. Allow it to heal, Austin. Okay, so the thing is, let's see, probably, my God. So I'd say about 25 years ago, I learned therapeutic touch. Therapeutic touch was developed by a nurse. And what it does is it calms the patient and allows healing. This was huge. This is something they taught nurses and certified them in the hospitals. This was 25 years ago. Look up therapeutic touch. You open the energy field, you sweep the field, you work on the areas that need working on, and then you close up the energy field. It allows for the healing to occur. This was huge for Western medicine to accept therapeutic touch. Okay? 25 years ago. That was a huge, huge shift. When I had my knee surgery, we were talking about therapeutic touch. And then when I was in the bathroom and the nurse was helping me, she was telling me that she went to a Reiki exchange and they were creating Reiki balls. Okay, this is a nurse. They were creating Reiki balls and passing them around to each other. I said, oh, honey, we've come a long way in the last 25 years. And it's funny because my twin flame is a nurse and he never heard of it. He's traditional all the way. Traditional all the way. Now, Austin, ask Tiffany about the lotion that she just got. It's less expensive than CBD oil. And you could also get some arnica gel. They sell that even at Walmart. It's by the Bengay section, but it's arnica gel. That will help a lot with the pain and the healing. But Tiffany has an oil. In fact, I have one. Let me go get it. I'll show you. Mm-hmm. Cibo de Coyote. Yeah. Yeah. It's a topical analgesic ointment. And it's a heck of a lot less expensive than CBD oil. Okay. But Tiffany uses it. She uses it on her hip that she also has pain in. Yeah. Yeah. A lot less expensive. Ingredients. It's got petroleum, turpentine, soybean oil, wax. Doesn't say what else. Inactive ingredients. I haven't used it yet, hon. I probably should take some upstairs because I've been getting leg cramps at night. I haven't had any pains until the last few days, and that's just leg cramps all of a sudden. Part of that might be because I made some ribs. I can't eat meat anymore. Okay, so I made some ribs for when my daughter got back from Phoenix. And I ate some, swelled up like a balloon, and been waking up with leg cramps. So I'm going to take some up tonight and I'm going to use it. It's yeah. I just can't eat. Oh. And it was pork ribs. I can eat chicken a little bit, but I just can't eat meat anymore. Okay, it says we have 7 people here, and I'm showing Austin and Tiffany only. I think for 2 bottles of this, okay, 2 bottles of this, it was $18 on Amazon. Might have been less than that. But like I said, Ledum in homeopathy is good. Okay. Ledum is good. It helps with inner trauma and healing. Especially if you've had a surgery or a break. There's some homeopathy for broken bones. I think I have RM2. I think I have. It's just that then I start swelling up again. So I never know. That's funny. I have 8 people now. And it's still telling me, oh, yeah, see, RM2's on there too. Austin, RM2, and Tiffany. Oh, I've had 2 surgeries on my right foot. I was in a car accident. The doctor wouldn't confirm to the insurance company that it was because I braced myself. So it popped the toe out of the joint, and it was like walking around on a golf ball. So they went in and took the joint out of the toe, put a pin in to hold the joint in place. I had nothing but problems with it. So they went in and put a plate in this last time. And she said I had a bone spur, which I don't think I had. And I have to have special arch supports for that foot. I can't do a lot of walking. Okay. Surgery is hard on your feet, and they never quite heal right. After all your surgeries, how is your foot, Austin? Seriously, how is your foot though? I know mom's eating. I swear, if I even chew anything. So I use the arnica gel to rub on my foot when it hurts. That helps some. But I'm gonna take one of these up tonight and see if that helps. Yeah. Thank you for telling me about this, Tiffany. Okay, guys. I think we're ready to wrap it up. In another 2.5 minutes, it'll be 4 hours. We actually made it that long tonight. Anybody else want to talk about anything else before we close up for the night? Yeah. I don't know, RM2, when I have more energy. At this point, I don't think I could do good readings. You want an oracle tonight? Well, what the hell? Okay. I've got my other. What did you want to know, RM2? You have a good one, Austin. What did you want to know, RM2? Let's see. Angela, you're still here. Okay. Hold on, Tink. I don't know. So the first card is the world. And that's learning a lot of lessons. Okay, that's completing a cycle and getting ready to start all over again with a new beginning. And this is something that you've been waiting for. Okay? Because I have the Hangman. You just needed a different perspective about things. Good for you, Angela. Okay, so It's not. I don't think. Okay, so I kind of get the impression it's not about what your supervisor thinks of you. I think it's more about what you think about yourself. Okay, I think you've learned some major lessons about yourself. Okay, you've had to have a change of perspective. Okay. In the now, I have the Knight of Pentacles. This has been slow moving growth. It's coming, but it's slow moving. It's lots and lots of progress. This is you planting your seeds. Okay. And then I have the Ace of Swords. The Ace of Swords is new beginnings. This is new job, new career, new thought process, tapping into your spirituality. Okay. And in the future, I show the Chariot. Okay. We have the Chariot. This is forward movement. Hang on, girl. I think there's not going to be any promotions until you guys get back in the office, okay? But we have the Chariot. That's forward movement, but it's divine timing. And then I have the Nine of Cups, okay? The Nine of Cups is wish fulfillment. Yeah. This is future, okay? This is not now. Right now, you've planted your seeds, okay? You're establishing your ground. You're moving into the new energy, but it's just not here yet. But there is forward movement and there is fulfillment, okay? Again, if I give you a magic wand, what would you wish for and what would it look like? Focus on what it would look like. Who else wants a quick read? Hey, Darlene, how are you tonight? We do love another day. So you might want to go back and listen. Okay. You might want to go back and listen, Darlene. We were talking about holidays and how we have to give ourselves permission to enjoy them and not. Okay. We had a good talk tonight, Darlene. Okay. I'm just pulling a couple cards. The Hierophant. The Magician. Oh my God. You've got some change coming in sooner than you think. Girl, I think he's going to be walking away from his situation. So I've got the Hierophant. This talks about a higher authority. I know. Oh, your brother's wife finally passed away, honey. I'm sorry. I've got 3 people that have had surgery in the last month. Okay. So I have the Hierophant. Okay. That's when the teacher is ready. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Could be spiritual authority, learning things, tapping into your own spirituality. So this is what you've been doing. Okay, we have the Magician. This is, okay, everything that you've gone through has been practice and study for exactly what you want. So now you're working on manifesting exactly what you want. In the now, okay, I have the Knight of Wands. This is a very, very fast-moving energy coming in, but I would also be cautious. This is not an in and out energy going through. But whatever's going on, you need to make some choices and decisions around love. Aww. That's because they were so connected, Darlene. In the future, okay. In the future, I have the Eight of Cups. That's somebody finally walking away from a situation. Okay. Someone walking away from a situation. And then I have the Empress. Okay. Very loving, nurturing, caring, and pregnant with possibilities. The seeds have been planted. Okay. And things are growing. So give it a little bit of time, hon. Okay. Angela, what did you want to know, hon? Any particular question? Yeah, I'll get you next, Darlene. I'll do Angela and then you, and then we're done for the night. But I would go back and I would listen to what we were talking about getting through the holidays, okay? And what's nice about the replay is you can skip through stuff. Yeah, I wasn't going to pull cards. I've been sick, so I haven't done anything. Okay, Angela. Okay. Are you holding back on us, girl? Is there some guy you're interested in? Ah, look at that smile. Okay. So in the past, okay, so we have the Three of Pentacles. You've put in a lot of hard work. You've created a lot of things that you want in your life, okay? It's like now it's time to show your creation, okay? I show the Ace of Wands. This is the beginning of something very passionate, very creative. Could be a very early beginnings of a passionate relationship for you, okay? In the now, we have the Two of Cups. Two people coming together in a love relationship, okay? Okay. Now, this is the Three of Wands. This is forward movement, okay? This is waiting for your ship to come in. You are very open and receptive for your ship to come in. Now, allow yourself to be vulnerable. It's very important. If you're going to put up a wall, you're not going to know what's coming in. You're not going to know what's happening, okay? Now, I have the Magician. Everything before you has been practice. Okay? Practice and study in order to manifest exactly what you want. And there's a shift. There's a major shift. This is a wheel of fortune. Things are changing. Things are shifting. Things are moving into your favor. So have a little bit of faith and trust. Just remember, hon, you don't know what you're going to have or not have if you don't experience it. Darlene, do you have a question, hon? You're welcome, hon. Yeah, I've been down sick. I haven't been doing any readings at all. I'm just now starting to get my voice back. Not coughing anymore, but still got all this crud. Okay. You're funny, Angela. Do you girls know about this guy? Okay. So in the past, I have the moon. It talks about secrets. It talks about illusions. Okay, it talks about tapping into your shadow side and dealing with any fears or illusions or anything. Anything that you are pushing away from yourself is the shadow side, okay? Now, you put your intent out there for what you want in the world. You're looking at it, you're pondering it, you're waiting for that ship to come in. I kind of get the feeling that you had decided to move on. Okay? In the now, I have the Judgment card. Has this guy come back, Darlene? Okay? I have the Judgment card. This can be a renewal, reunification. It's a call to awaken. Yeah, let me know, Angela. And call me if you girls want to come up and do cookies, okay? But I have the Five of Swords. Okay? You made a decision to move on, but as soon as you made a decision to move on, this guy's going to make a move. This guy from the past. He's going to try to come back, but he's still not in a good place. I would be very, very cautious. Just remember, actions speak louder than words, hon. Okay? And especially now that I look at the next card, I have the Three of Wands. Okay, this is future. Heartache, disputes, arguments, separation by distance. He did text you. Okay, he's trying to see if you're open and receptive. He's not ready yet, hon. Okay? Stand your ground. Okay? Know your worth. Give yourself permission to know your self-worth. Give yourself permission to say no to what's not right for you, okay? And then I have the, what is that? I think that's the Page of Pentacles. Okay? So there will be a shift, but I don't feel like it's him. Okay? Because this guy's going to bring in more heartache for you. But I show the beginnings of slow communication. Okay? Very slow communication. Now, is this the guy from the past that's going to come in and communicate? Okay, so no, this is going to be somebody different because this is the end of something, okay? Yeah. Okay. So when I ask if it's him, I get the death card. So that's the end of something, the beginning of something new. But I do think that seeds have been planted for probably an earth sign to come in. Okay. Planting the seeds, but it's going to be a very, very slow moving energy coming in. But I do show that it could be something long term and stable. Give yourself permission to find something better, the equivalent or something better. Okay, Darlene? Give yourself permission. Give yourself permission to enjoy the holidays. Give yourself permission to make choices. Give yourself permission to let go of judgments of everyone, including yourself. Give yourself permission to make choices and change things up. Give yourself permission to breathe. Give yourself permission to have time for yourself. Give yourself permission to not make the holidays perfect. It's time for you to enjoy them, okay? Give yourself permission to let go of permission or perfection. Let go of being the peacemaker for the holidays and being the problem solver. Let go of overspending and overdoing and prioritize, okay? So we're going to close that up for tonight. If you want to go in and listen to we talked about this twice earlier because we had different people come in, but I think the first one was probably a little more informative. Okay. So go back and listen to those if you can, Darlene. It's time for everybody to give themselves permission to enjoy the holidays and let everybody else deal with their own drama. Okay. So Angela, let me know what you want to do. Call me anyway, either way. Okay. So we're going to close it up for tonight. Yes. Listen to it, hon. We were talking about this. Okay. And if you want to use an essential oil, pine. It's for anxiety, anger, meltdowns, irritability, digestive issues, and it clears viruses out of the air. Yeah. Give yourself permission to not be the peacemaker. You need to tell them you're going to have to start dealing with your own stuff. Give yourself permission to know what you know, okay? Give yourself permission to not solve everything for everybody. Give yourself permission. It's time for Darlene, okay? Go back and listen to it. We talked about it twice and there were different sets of people, but I think the first one was probably a little more informative, okay? So it's been a little over 4 hours. Okay. Okay. I'll talk to you in the morning, Angela, and we're going to close it up for tonight. Okay. Everybody have an awesome weekend, and we will see you again next Friday night. I'm not doing readings until I clear up all this stuff because I don't want to use all my energy and get worse again. So, okay. Everybody have a good night. Love you all. Thank you for being here, and namaste.